Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the channel. Getting a little late start this morning, but that's okay. We're working on this Creatify growth account here. Just got to get everything up and going. Okay. Discord is live. All right. The screeners. Get ready for the morning. Be right back. Good morning. I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, I quit using my mic on my headphones. So if I step away, I don't have a microphone. I got a boom mic coming in today from my desk because I heard that same noise in a couple of my recordings that you asked me about the other day. Yeah, it's a cheap set of headphones that I had while I was driving the truck, so probably just getting old, messing up. So went ahead and ordered a boom mic for trading. Should be here. Won't be here for today's stream, but it'll be here for tomorrow's. I know the microphone on this webcam isn't all that great either, so yeah. Oh yeah. Hmm. Damn. Just don't get yourself in trouble. Hmm. Yeah. Uh, I've got my screeners up for this morning for the futures, for the setups. I've also got the stock screeners up just so I can see Confluence and all the all the Mag 7, whether they're bullish or bearish. And that's through edge full. I'll keep that off to the side. Took a real short trade, but really stepped on the gas with 4 minis this morning in this Tradeify account that I need to pass or blow. Made $2,000 on that trade, so I'm only $500 away from getting it passed. So I could take a normal trade this morning and probably get it passed. And I was looking for that 7 a.m. Time and price. We were close to the London low, so I figured at 7 a.m. at the New York open, pre-market open, we'd go down and swipe that London low, which we did. Kept going. Should have just held. I'd already passed the account by now. I took 3 contracts off when we got to the low, and we kind of hesitated for a minute, and I just wanted to kind of see it flow right through in one candle. We were coming to the end of a 2-minute candle, so I just closed the last contract for 2,000. Yeah, I would have already been passed. I would have been passed after the next little pullback, or probably even before the pullback. Yeah, because we had another full 2-minute candle after that I would have passed in, but that's fine. I can catch $500 easy enough on a good setup this morning. But I've got till the end of the week to get those passed before they rebuild. So. Did you see Casper's live? I noticed he said in the beginning he was going to show some stuff that he's never shown in public before. But yeah, okay. I don't have to waste 3 hours of my day watching it. Yeah. Right. He's been that way the whole time. It's crazy. I'll put up my funded accounts this morning. I think I'll trade the 2 that I haven't touched yet to Monday, so I'm not real sure. We're just going to build a Monday range or actually break out. But, take a look at 1 a.m. Okay, so we're opening inside yesterday's range. So, which is important because inside bars, if I take a look at the inside bar report over the last over the last 6 months, 80% of the time, it's either going to hit yesterday's low or high over the last 6 months. Over the last 5 days, it's done it consistently. So if the market starts to show a direction, we definitely have targets of yesterday's high or low. Okay. So we'll keep track of that, and we'll go ahead and mark out yesterday's session high. Really? Yeah. Yeah. He's probably started building pretty much the same thing that Edgefull's been doing for years. Yeah. Right. Yeah. No, that's crazy. Edgefull only charges $50 a month. Even if you got even if you got the Autobot, their algorithmic trader, to trade their setups, that's still only $300 a month for all of it. Right? People are crazy enough to keep buying it. They keep making money. Hmm. Right. Okay. And I mean, if New York decides to keep following London, then previous low will be the target. We get that 5-minute orb break to one side or the other. You got a pretty good target to reach for. Yeah. Be right back. Oh, gotta get some tea made this morning. Oh, turn on my 5-minute orb. 9:30 to 9:35. Let's see. 15 minutes. And leave the rest of them on. Actually, I don't think I'm going to touch my new 50K accounts until after Monday. Monday can be a crazy day setting the Monday range for the week. in most of my reports, Mondays aren't always the best days to trade. Usually aren't for most things. Now the inside bar, reaching the higher lower previous range, which we're setting up for, that's a good setup, even for a Monday. That's any day of the week. It's been pretty much an 80% probability. The orbs don't do as well on a Monday. They do a lot better on like Tuesday through Thursday. But much more time? We don't have a whole lot of time. I'll pull those reports up and show them to you. Um, which is which is why which is why probably you've been taking the first setup on the orb and then having to reverse and take the other direction. Um, because we are in a majority of double break days, which means it'll break both sides of the orb. Um, the probabilities of a single side break aren't very high, especially on Mondays. Um, but take the setup regardless. Keep doing what you're doing, because even if you have to reverse and go to the other side, you're still making money. So. All right. All right, everybody. About 2 minutes to the open. I'll be watching my screeners. I'll be watching a 5-minute orb, 15-minute orb, and the initial balance, and the first hour continuing candle today.
You wake me up.
If you want to sleep, sleep.
No, people coming from Spectre today.
Oh, we ain't gonna be the first apartment they get to.
I don't know that. You want to be caught in bed?
Hmm.
We've had a 6:30 appointment.
Mhm.
I set my alarm. I guess I didn't. Glad Nancy called me.
Yeah.
time you could get back out of bed, Missy.
Starting to seem a little aggressive because yesterday's low is a double bottom. I kind of like that as a draw on liquidity for the morning. Willing to take the first loss. Let's go justify that pivot point. Okay. All right, I'll take the low in there. Stop below 50%. Start with 2 contracts. See if we get the pullback. Maybe my stop's tight because of the level we're reaching up here. We're going to see some displacement through that. We've got a good ways to go to previous high. We'll be watching the 9 EMA, keeping the stops below the 9 EMA. And fair value gaps that get made. We do have a rebalance after a big fair value gap. We swept these previous highs here. I'll make sure that's not a reversal point. I get a pullback here off the open that holds the 9 and then get a color change, then I'm definitely looking for previous day's high, previous day's New York session high, and I'll add to the trade then. Right now we just swiped a couple of, basically a double top right here. I want to make sure we're going to continue through. We are into this order block right here.
Missing. There. Done.
And there's a pullback to the area of the 9.
There.
Pullback to 25%. Let's go down there. We have VWAP will hold here in the 25%. Pullback of the opening range. got two more of them right there. Not looking good for this trade right now, just from what I'm seeing. Need to see us get back above the 5-minute orb and the 1 minute 9. Get above this pivot point, back above this pivot point if we can. Move my stop up. I'm okay getting stopped after. If we can't get back above this pivot point and the 5-minute orb and stay above VWAP here, I'm willing to just take the loss and look for another entry, because we're getting close to the 15-minute orb being set as well, and I would rather be, I want to see price getting closer to the high of that 15-minute orb to be able to break out. We've already tested VWAP a couple of times. We've had our pullback, we've had a swipe of the low of the pullback, and then into the midline of fair value gap. Everything's been retested. If we can't get a push up at this point, I'm willing to just take the stop and wait, see what the market does after the 15-minute and the 1 hour. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'll wait. That's a second lower high. Until I can see a break above and hold of this pivot point here, I'm really not too enthusiastic about the longs. Still think that we could head up there to take out to sweep yesterday's high or Friday's New York high, but I need to see it holding some levels, and right now it's just not doing that. Start a small position here. If we break through the 5-minute fair value gap, stop will go below 50% retrace of the orb. And can we hold again here and then head out? Or there's a good possibility that it does come down to 50% of the orb and then go back up. But right now the 25% seems to be holding for now. 15-minute order set. We start pushing towards the high. Back above the orb. That's a pretty nice strong candle. We took out 3 candles. Need to see us hold above that pivot point. Could make another bullish fair value gap there. I'd really like to see that hold on the 1 minute. I like the hold there. I'm going to push up. I'm going to keep my stop tight. I wanted to hold that pivot point. And see, create that fair value gap. I don't like to close below the pivot point, but on the 1 minute, I'm not willing to close this trade just yet. Anyway, we're just not holding any. Yeah, it killed that fair value gap. Another lower high. That's why I put a really, really tight stop loss on that one. I want to see what happens when we hit the 50% level, if we actually rebalance this gap, or if it holds again. Lots of liquidity built up down here. You know, if we blast through it, or if we just sweep it and then go back up. See if this first 5-minute fair value gap holds. Because that is a 5-minute fair value gap. There's a swipe. that liquidity into the fair value gap. It's about 75% of the fair value gap. And I am only trading the Tradify eval here. I'm not in any other account. That's the only reason I keep taking this long here, is I have the profits to play with. And so far, the midline of this finite fair value gap has shown strength. I just would like to quit retesting it. See if we can go ahead and at some point make a higher low here instead of keep breaking lows. Let's go below the 50% line. Oh, shit. Didn't get moved fast enough. There's that's 50, that's 25, that's the 50%. That's a rebalance. OTE entry. everything. There. Okay. If we can't hold above 5 minutes here, then yeah, I'm good with that one. Now we have to hold the pivot point and the 5 minute orb. We did come down and retest pivot point there. I'd like to see a higher high made here. All right. Now we just have to wait for the first hour. Justin may be coming by today too. Huh? To look at the trading stuff. see. After the 7 no. Still another set. Just probably testing. He just knocked on the door. What? Did he move it?
I said my cup,
Somebody knocked on the glass.
went down the line, I got to eat this thing. Put a paper up, hey, but just don't cut it. You want them across the road?
He lives in here, but
You have a dog? You have a dome?
yeah, he's got a little dog.
I was out walking that little schnauzer yesterday without a leash. She just run right up to me.
Yeah.
Cute little dog. I like the miniature better, I guess, than the standard. She's a little dog, so. Nancy coming to see us, and she likes you. Those are people who pet like the only two that in here I know don't like dogs are Susan and Lois. Lois, I don't pet her here any.
Put that down. What?
Missy.
No.
Sitting on the she looks so cute. Yeah.
It's a blue box, but I got mine for four things. It might be another color if you go to Walmart. But, it certainly has helped.
Yeah, but you won't take it up to the ground and get my coffee. But then starting at night, every night,
Oh, see, I
it
have.
starts getting like it's something like, sinus, a little bit. Yeah. Oh, that's weird.
And I sneeze, I first sneezes.
Well, yesterday my nose was running a little bit, but it wasn't anything to block. What I use for my nose bothers me. There's these little things here. You break this off and it has like a Q-tip in it. Medicine in here, you just swab inside your nose. It stops it from running. Stops it from running. Yeah, that's true, yeah. Here, in case you have a runny nose.
Sometimes when they get,
But today, my nose ain't running good. I used some last night.
and it could be the same thing, and then it's just, it's crazy.
You know how bad my voice sounds in the morning?
Mm-hmm.
Until I get my coffee, baby, it's something new on my throat. Yeah. Thanks for calling me, because my son didn't wake me up.
Did I?
Yeah, and I'm glad you did. No. Glad you did.
First hour opening candle on all indices and gold is green. Don't forget opening candle continuation.
I didn't want them coming in to inspect here, meeting and dead. I don't know when the big search every place, but this is here in the hallway or what. But I need to get it. No. You're not tired of doing music.
Oh,
But my mom can't hurt. My mom. Don't want to. But I finally sold it, so, yeah. But this is how I like it, because we just said I didn't. And I bought some of the chairs from the dinette set that I got from Dot, which is really, she has a big round table, but it's too much out there. Little set table, she just two chairs. I put his desk chair there, he got him a desk chair with his dumpster. Look at it. Well, it reclines and stuff, so he likes it better than this like a little bit. Yeah. I'll show you his little setup. So some people can understand what he does. Walk around here and look at those screens. Run around.
Oh, that's my son.
Can you figure that out?
Does that, has that
Ricky.
too. He says, put up another screen. I said, I can't do the first one. How can I do another one? Hi, sweetheart. Yeah, he's such a good dog.
Well, I think he's got enough screens right now. I don't think he has another one yet.
Right. Is it good baby? There's a good old baby. That's a nice bed.
He loves that bed.
Well, and it's your bed. Yes, it is.
I share with Daddy sometimes.
No, that works too. They always look so nice to me.
I like the room. I like space. I like to be part of that.
I know.
And if I moved anywhere else, I have this back in the summer. Yeah. Probably go to start music in the office or something. For somebody else. Yeah. Let me say them start flushing this water. The water my plant. I gotta get the protection in. My water spot is always out there. When I went to Sherry's cabin up one time in Midland, Michigan, he says, when I were on a well, it was to go in the bathroom. If it's yellow, let it mellow. If it's brown, flush it down. Maybe not. Okay. There's a lot of babies. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Yeah, they both can yak about the same.
Oh, yeah.
You're the ones that yak.
Yeah, I mean,
She sat over on the fireplace the other day.
yeah, I saw it.
And she says, the person said, I'm gonna have to go, I'm gonna have to go, and we can still aggravate Mary and Judy and play the game on that door. And I thought, no, you aggravate us, you don't care. No, you're not. You have to come on, invitation only. I like this. Yeah. I don't like it. Oh, I know what it says. Women are not supposed to wear things in the name. Worry about stress myself. Get the beach shot real quick when we put it back in there. Look, there's the leader, you know, the leader for the friend. But at his age, your skull, I mean, your brain is here, you've got little bit of pain with all these little babies. And that's one of the babies that's really inside. So it's gotta be like a next. You know. How was it? That's what they tried to tell us something that I didn't understand. He said, oh shit. That's enough. Well, it's frustrating. I'm not thinking that's the way the kids, the bishop is always done. I said, down and it's until she had some letter something and put somebody else. Yeah. It's over. It's coming, it's like, fancy,
And it's easy. It's a lot of research, you know. You don't do that. I
After
have,
they figured out what was going on.
well, and I put it on the highest speed. And I sort of watched it more closely and, you know, I didn't read it.
Yeah. Mom used to do it when Mom's wanted to get around. They would just kind of read up to me and my sister together. We got it, and I used to write it. And here, I don't have a room. Being great is fun. If you could get TV and watch TV.
Oh, I know, that's my son. He's on the wall. Everything is true.
Because it'd be so loud to have other people here talking on some what's going on. Shelley and Doug in her house, it's always in like the baseball stars and it's a great thing. Most grandkids have not spent much time with them so long. Like they can't come up any you know, for real bad. Not bad. They kind of feel for these, you know, they get real bad. I don't care for them. The roof is all no, neither one of them related. She had Greg's grandson by his son. They never got married. Now he's not even in the picture. With a kid. 13. I think, he got enough lady married. She had 2 kids. They had another one together. Except in Wisconsin now, and he did the job. Has contact with ratings down. He does communication. It's ignored. He's still with his mom. He has to. He's still built it into him that he's believed it. Very still about a lot of time. It's about Michigan, like when you got the thumb like this, do it. So that is, had it released in the hotel. So I thought so, someone was talking about this, pregnant with the registration. He assumed that Shelley would be picking it up with his back. And I said, my first thing was to see all the time, she'll be a big thing. And he got together with me yesterday. I don't know, I think you guys, you can have to pick it up. But he's really, you can pick it up. You can pick it up. One thing I asked, help me with half my costs. Let's see. But then to get them onto the points, they have to make the reservations for the minimum. And that's the share that the state has to. You should have. Those are the basic easy stuff with the money. But the way you see the money, exactly as it's elderly, Mine did the whole face and mouth. I used it for several years. Then my interest changed. They wanted me to purchase. Did they give you the notes and put it in? My dad had one. I got it from here. I think my other guy I Yeah. And I need to talk to her about stacking it back a little bit. So the fact goes this way. Forward, down, and then the back is this. But you don't like to touch it. That takes that leg off. Ain't doing it. I cut her hair one time, fine. The whole thing. She came in right after that.
Oh,
She said,
yeah.
don't tell me, I've already cut it, it's done, if you don't like it, I'm sorry.
Well, when you say that, oh, the pulpit? Yeah. I can do that. It's fun. I hung in there for a while. I didn't really, I'll be one of them. But he's coming for the guy. He's $175. And then the guy that I don't know where he came from, he knows me. He's got a wife and he doesn't like to set anything like table. He's not setting with her. I was like, hey, do that single switch on or something? And, then, Donna, like, what, she's going to get a cat last night, this night. I said, I'll pray for you.
I just closed this trade, $30 before passing the account. We're getting extended from the 9. We're hitting a support pivot point. I want to see a pullback and then a color change, and then I'll get in enough contracts to actually pass the account. But I'm going to take a quick break. Well, that was our touch of previous low. This is not the level to try to get the extra 28 bucks. So this is where the market is right now according to my scanners. 44% bullish, 31% bearish, 25 neutral. So to be able to catch that move, it is where my bias was. Got chopped up a lot before we actually caught the move, but we did catch the move, and we're $28 away from passing this Tradeify growth account, which there's no activation fee, right? But we're not at a level now to try to get that extra 20 bucks. I'm gonna wait for a much better setup. I've got till the end of the week to pass it before it rebuilds. And where it's at now, obviously, I would accept the rebuild. Okay. But this account's going to get passed. I'd be willing to put my bank account on it. Because I could have such a super wide stop loss to get $28 and still be safe for passing the account that it's ridiculous. So I'm not worried about that. When we look at the markets, opening candle continuation, I mean, with the MAG 7, I mean, we're half and half here, right? bullish than bearish, but on the opening candle, not all of them are getting their continuation, right? No breaks. Bullish, bearish, bearish, bearish. That depends on where the first part of the hour formed first. Not really relevant today. And previous day's range. Neutral, neutral, bearish, bearish. So the market's just mixed. So I'm not looking, I'm happy I caught the move I was looking for, but I'm not looking to trade my funded accounts right now. Not today. Nothing is setting up that great. This was an evaluation, and I wanted to get really close to passing or passing because the rebuild was coming, and we did that. Okay, so I'm gonna fix me some lunch. I will be back. Yeah. No. Oh, wait, yeah, I am. You need it though? I think. Well, actually, my monitors are plugged into that. We need another one? Okay. Will do. I'm glad you got another one in the drawer. Yeah. Okay.
Hi. Yeah. Finishing up at the- Yeah. Everybody sit there all day. Oh, yeah, that's true. I will. Oh, you did read it. Right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's a call. All right, I'll give you a call. Okay. Bye. So, yeah, yeah. Actually, she did that. Yeah, I know. Yeah, the tax is, and she leaves and come back later. Yeah, I heard her say 78, 78. Hey, I'm lucky to be here. I'm proud of what I do. They're here for it. You might want to change your mind now. No, I'm sick now. Oh, yeah. Well, learn to live on Social Security, and that's what I do. Why can't you? That's not a mistake. I paid two policies. I have to pay myself. I got two. I paid those. My children. And my rent. I was paying my rent all by myself.
You're like me, you got a dollar back here. Yeah, I don't have any. That's not having the vote yet. Yeah. Oh, that's all right. That's all right. Yeah, well, I like it. Did you hear about the systems in our hallway? They did. Paul called me also the other day. She said, "You know anything about this that was in the hallway?" She said, I said, "I haven't heard anything." She said, "Yeah, from my school all the way to the elevator." Or elevator or doors. They don't know if it's dogs or humans. Now they're really thinking about doing the DNA testing as well. I took Bud down to the and there's a tree down there and it has the tag in it. I counted 6 piles of poop in that area. From a big dog. Yeah, well, there's a lot of big dogs. Yeah, a lot. When I read their ad for selfish place, it says only small dogs are welcome. Oh, yeah. I did like the only small dogs the way they told us. They're only cute. Exactly. Better guess.
Yeah.
Last time somebody hollered at you.
Oh,
The first one you look at. She's having a full picture.
Oh.
So we can skip them.
That's what I was.
Yeah. But they got a lead. They got it.
oh. You still there, Hazel?
Well, this is a map. Yeah. I really like it. We got a bonus.
You're still there. You
Yeah,
got
you
it.
didn't get that couple times in Portland. Inside.
I got it.
Yeah, so that's 3 times a lot. Yeah, 3 times a lot.
And the trees were also.
Yeah. We're gonna be through there back to get this. Been up for sale for a while. No rush. Catwalk, that's all right.
Yeah, we step upstairs.
What the catwalk is all around?
They have signs there.
Don't tell me that.
Oh, she'll have it there. And I like the sign. That's my favorite. He's fine. He loves, he's only 2. Yeah, when he goes to the ocean, and all the kids are doing. And it's just a thing. It's just a bunch of rocks.
Yeah.
They're
was the one I reported back in.
Thank you very much. No, I'm serious.
Well, I'm not worried.
You know where I'm
I'm glad you're tired.
All right, see you later.
Right.
Take care.
Probably see you later. I know, yeah. If I see, yeah. All right, thanks. Talking about hot and candy hair.
TV man today too.
Yeah, mine last night, so last time I could only get.
Yeah.
Don't move, honey, we're all right. Don't move.
Oh. Okay. We got lunch. Tea made money today. Make some chicken salad or just chicken sandwich? That knife on the top, bottom right of the block. The knife on the top, bottom right.
Knife?
Yeah, the knife. The knife on the top, bottom right of the block
Yeah.
is sharpened. It'll cut through that chicken really easy.
Oh, okay.
Make some slices out of the breast that's still on there,
Yeah.
unless you just want to pull it apart and make sandwich.
Oh, first. Have these swab type things you put in your nose if you're having sinus problems.
Yeah.
My nose ain't dripping today.
Hmm.
I still feel a little stuffy here, and when I cough,
Yeah.
this piece of color, yeah. You feel like you do potato tots, swallow it.
Oh. everybody. Could have made it on the way back up. Not so sure right here. What I want to do. Go back at that pivot point that was giving us fits earlier. It did break IB low. That was certain failure. Usually you could expect to go back to IB high when that happens. So if we can get back above a couple of these points right here, I think I could trade back up to IB high to make that extra 28 bucks we need. Kind of stopped making fair value gaps here. That one's rebalanced. That one's rebalanced. These three haven't been touched. We'll pull back to maybe down here. Into this fair value gap, back at initial balance low. Or we just hold here and go up and start making fair value gaps again. Holding 50% of the IB at the moment.
headrest was under the stairs.
It's down here.
Yellow butterfly out there.
Yeah, but I want to see that build first. There we go. What we got? Cannot get it. About that pivot point, because it does not want to go through it. Come. Sometimes you get bent up again. Come. Take care. Yeah, you didn't go through. Yeah, what's it? Yeah. I went down and swiped just Friday's New York low. I can't seem to get back up to IB high though. All I gotta do is make another $100 or $87 to pass this eval. Yeah. 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 I'll pull it up real quick. I can look at it. So, it's a little bigger. See. Opening range. Duration. Opening range. I need to get the reports. pull it up. Opening range breakout. Customize 5 minute. Everything 5 minute. By close. Well, by close, 50% double-sided break, only 29% single-sided break. We do by wick. It's going to be pretty much the same, I think. Yeah, even more of a double-sided shoot. And if we go by weekday, Tuesdays even more, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, yeah. And this is why I'm kind of shying. Well, I should be shying away from the 5 minute orb right now. Because it's just not. It's just not doing it. Now, if we go by size, 61. Yeah, see. Yeah, well, and the 1 hour is what I made my money on, because the initial balance broke to the downside first, and with the initial balance breakout, it's 80%. Well, I'll have to look at that. If we open inside the previous range, New York range, it's 80% to go to one side or the other. So when it broke the initial balance low, that's when I got into the trade to go short down to Friday's New York low. And that's what we did. It did exactly that. Tapped it and then went straight back up. But if you look at the size of the 5 minute orb, then you can find better stats. So if it's 0.4 to 0.59%, then you've got a 50% chance of only breaking one side on a breakout to the top. Okay, 33% chance of breaking out to the low, and only a 16% chance of breaking both sides of the orb. So basically, if you just when you get close to that 5 minute orb, if you just grab your ruler and measure the 5 minute orb, it'll give you the percentage right there in the middle. So that's 0.17%. Now, I don't have a 5 minute orb up. Let me pull it back up and we can take a look at it. Because you can go by stats as well. So if we pull the 5 minute orb up and measure it, it was 0.33%. Okay. So if we take a look at that, 0.33%, so 0.2 to 0.39, your double breaks percentages go way up. If you get above 0.4 to around 0.6, then your percentages, then you're a 50-50 of breaking one side or the other. 50% to the upside, 33% to the downside, and only 16% of breaking both sides. So you want a little bit bigger of a 5 minute orb to get your probabilities higher of taking that trade. If you're in these little small 5 minute orbs, you very easily could get screwed and take your loss. So again, what I've been looking at is the inside day So if we open in the previous New York range, there's an 80% chance that price is going to go to the previous New York high or New York low. And if we look at the IB balance breakout, come on. No, just inside yesterday's New York range, the session. So you mark out Friday's New York high and Friday's New York low. And if we open up inside that range like we did today, then you've got an 80% chance of price going to reach either the high or low from Friday. But you need to see which way the market's going to break to target that, right? Well, the 5-minute orb has really low statistics on breaking to just one side, unless it's a larger orb. The 15-minute has a really bad percentage as well of only breaking one side. But now looking at the initial balance, which is the first hour, okay, you've got a 70% chance of only breaking to one side. It's only going to break single break 70%, 92 out of the last 130 days. Double break only 25%. Okay, so you've got a much better chance of waiting for the first hour and seeing which way the initial balance breaks to then go target Friday's high or low. And that's exactly what happened today. If I take off the 5-minute, just leave the 1 hour on, this is the 1 hour range here. And after the 1 hour range was made, we came down, broke it to the downside, and went straight away to touch Friday's low. Now, we didn't actually get to Friday's low, but it was within a couple ticks. Okay. And then it just shot right back up. But that break right there down to Friday's low is 147 points. Even if you take it to the support pivot point, that's 121 points. Now, I did enter the trade a little bit early because we made the double bottom at initial balance low, bounced up, and couldn't get back above 50% of the initial balance. And then when I saw us make this fair value gap to the downside on the, now I'm looking at 2-minute candles, on the 11 o'clock candle, which starts the London close, we made a bearish fair value gap there. And then once I got the color change off the 9 with this little push up, as soon as I got the color change, I entered there, anticipating the break of the low, because we just could not get past this point up here this morning. So I got in there, and then I added to the trade as soon as we broke the low and targeted Friday's low, but I ended up closing the trade at the pivot point because they're so close together. I had to make a decision on where to close the trade. So I closed the trade at the pivot point, and I was about $29 away from passing the account at that point. And when we got back up here, because if we can't hold the initial balance low, typically we'll go all the way back to initial balance high. Okay, but we just can't get past this damn pivot point up here. So I took a couple of small trades up here to go back to initial balance high and took a couple of losses. So now I've got $87 that I have to make to pass this account instead of 29. And I'll probably just wait till tomorrow to pass it because now I just don't know what price is going to do, right? We could break back out of initial balance, but we've got all these fair value gaps below us, and the others. if we open inside of the previous day's New York range, okay, not London or Asia or anything else, it has to be inside the New York range, okay, and if we open outside, outside days, then your stats aren't looking all that great. 52% didn't reverse if we gapped up or opened above the previous day's range, and 65% if we opened below the previous range. 65% did reverse back up. So the odds are a little bit better on opening below a range than they are above a range. But if we look at like a gap fill, okay, so this is opening above or below the previous New York session's closing price, okay? And if you look at the gap fill, if we gap down, 89% of those gaps have been filled, okay? If we gap up, 68% of those gaps have been filled, okay? So what I'm looking for right now, because of the probabilities, I'm looking for opening inside the range, and I'm looking for opening gaps from the previous New York session closing price. So I'm looking for gap fills and the initial balance right now. Those are the trades I want to be taking because those have the highest probabilities of going one way or the other and making a good trade on it. The orbs just aren't doing all that well right now as far as probabilities for being able to tell. Because what I want to see on the orb report is single break days where it doesn't break both sides. I want to see single break days go above 60 to 70% before I start trading the orb again. And I know that's your setup and that's what you've been trading and only been trading, but this, I mean, you've seen it in your own P&L right now. The possibilities, the probabilities are just way low on getting a break to one side only and for it to continue that way to make your profit. You're getting a lot of breaks one direction, taking the trade, getting stopped out, and then having to try to go the opposite direction. And even that sometimes isn't going to work, because just because it says it's a double break day doesn't mean it's going to continue from that double break. It could break the high, then break the low, then price goes up for the rest of the day. Yeah, and I mean it did it today. It's done it the last 6 days in a row. So yeah, basically. So like today, this is our initial balance for the first hour. Now I've also got an indicator up that says opening candle continuation, which means when this turns green, this isn't just the initial balance. This is the first hour of trade. When this turns green, that means that the you should have a bullish bias, okay? When the first hour candle is a green candle, okay? But like Friday, we had a red candle, but price ended up going up instead of down. So I don't pay a lot of attention to the bias it's supposed to give me, but you do need to pay attention to the range itself. So looking at today, we pushed way up, and I was even looking at this level because of this double top here, and then some pretty big bearish fair value gaps above it, right? So I wanted to see a break of this level and hold above that level before I went to go take out Friday's high, okay, which was way up here. too far away from the computer, which was way up here, right? But I wanted to see if this double top was just a liquidity sweep, or if we could push and see some strength above that and hold it to go break these gaps, break this fair value gap, and get up to Friday's high. Well, price wasn't showing me that. This pivot point right here, every time we broke above it, price was just getting slammed back down below it, slammed back down. Okay. And I have the initial balance, I break into quads, like my dealing range, right? So I have a fib with the indicator does it for me, but if I didn't have the indicator, I would break the initial balance into quadrants, okay, 25, 50, and 75. So this is the 70. What's that? 9:30 to 10:30. Yeah, first hour. So as soon as we make that, I break that range into quadrants, and you can see this was the 75 level up here. No candle could close above the 75% from 9:44 to 10:30 when the initial balance was made. And every time we got above this pivot point, price just kept getting slammed back down. Then we got this big push down that made this 2-minute fair value gap, probably a 5-minute fair value gap as well. Okay, on the 1032 candle. Okay, and then that fair value gap holds, which is also at the 50% level of the range. Okay, so we gap through the 50% level. If you think about this like a dealing range, okay, we gap through the 50% level to the downside. That holds, price can't close above it. As soon as you invert this bullish gap, or you get your color change from this push up off the 9 EMA, either way you want to enter that, you can do it. We inverted this gap, we immediately went up, but I was waiting for price to break back down and make sure that wasn't just a fake flip on that bullish fair value gap that was made on the 1044 candle. And we did. We came back down, got a little push up to the 9, and then I got my color change off the 9 right there on the 1106 candle. And I was like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and enter short here, keep my stop tight, because I wanted to see displacement through this double bottom at initial balance low. And we got that big candle that showed me there was some force there. And then I added to the trade and kept my stop pretty tight and just ran it straight down. No up candles at all. There were some pullbacks on candles, but there were no white candles all the way down to the pivot point. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, they don't do it on Project X. You'd have to keep your trading view charts up. So I just have trading view up. And if you want to take a trade, you just tab over to your Project X and hit the buy or sell button. But yeah, yeah, and all of those reports have an indicator to go with them. Okay, I think it is. I mean, because I was doing the same thing. And even this morning, my dumb butt was sitting there trading the 5-minute orb, looking for us to go up because this first fair value gap that was made, the first 5-minute fair value gap, seemed like it was holding. So every time we'd get above that pivot point, I would go long and I'd get stopped out. Yeah. Yeah, right now the best, well, let's just take a look at the stats on the 15 real quick. Um, on the orb. Uh, breakout. And take it to 15 minutes. So I have an indicator. I put on two indicators for the opening range breakout. One's a 5-minute, one's a 15-minute. So I just turn the 15-minute off until after the 5 minutes made and take a look at it. And then if that's not working out, I'll turn on the 15-minute orb indicator and see where that's at. And if it breaks, maybe take a trade off of that. But right now, I'm getting my best trades off the initial balance. I'm getting chewed up on the orbs, and I'm making money on the initial balance. So I just need to quit trading the orbs and just not trade till after 10:30, which is why I told you that I may not ever trade again before 10:30. At least until the market changes, right? Because it's going to change around. The orbs are going to come back into play. You just have to wait for the stats to get there. So I check the 1 month, I check the 3 month, and I check the 6 month. So the 1 month and the 3 month will tell you when that's starting to come back into play again. So let's see, 15. Right, right. So yeah, and I mean, you can even, like I said, you can break it down by weekday. It might start acting where the orb's a good trade on Tuesday or Wednesday, but it's not on Monday, Thursday, or Friday. All right, I'll DM you the link today. So real quick, the 15-minute orb double break. Okay, if we go by weekday, it's double breaking the majority of the time. Monday, yeah, still not good, still not good. There's no day for the 15-minute orb for the percentages to be high enough to be trading it either. The initial balance is what we're looking for. Yeah. All right. What was that? Pretty much. I'd like it to be above 70% or 70% or better, but depending on the other numbers, I mean, if 60% really outweighs the other two numbers and they're both really low because they're split up, I might take a 60% depending on where we are in price, um, and what's going on. But I do like a 70% chance or better of it happening. Yeah, yeah. Once you get it set up and going, I mean, every report, you can go down and watch the explanation video. And if you have any questions on how I'm using it, then we can get together in the mornings in the pre-market and go over everything to see if we're both on the same wavelength of what setup we're looking for that day, and where we're expecting it to happen. Right, right, right. Exactly. And I mean, if there's an 80% better chance of something happening, then that's what you really need to be paying attention to. So, and it's still yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, they're all orb trades. It's just different time frames. The initial balance is just an orb. It's just a 1 hour orb. You, well, I'd base it off of a couple different things for my setup, but you could literally wait for like a 5 minute fair value gap to be made, right? Or just take it off the break, or wait for a 1 minute fair value gap to be made. So you got a really small stop loss. Take the trade, place it at the 1 minute, because if it breaks below, you want to see continuation from there. You don't want to see it, maybe even a retest on the next minute or two, but you don't want to see it hang out right below the initial balance low for 5 or 10 minutes, because that doesn't show strength. You want to see it, once it breaks, you want to see it move down a little bit and see some strength in the market before you are super confident in it staying in that direction. So, yeah. Yeah. And I think once you get it and you see it, and it's going to help you find the right setups where you're making profits more often. I think you'll get to pay out faster, and I think you'll just want to keep it. Right. uh, yeah, and like I said, if I hadn't traded anything else and just waited for the orb trade this morning, I mean, I, I'd have all my profit in every account. I didn't trade any of my fundeds today because one, it's Monday and price action wasn't doing what I wanted to. But I was in that eval because I want to pass it, and I lost probably $500 in the 5 and 15 minute range. So if I had just waited for the highest probability setup according to Edgefull's reports, which is the initial balance, I would have this account passed in no time. I wouldn't have even had to made it down to the support pivot, because all I needed was $500 more. I ended up making close to 2,000 on that initial balance trade because I was trading minis. But no, 1,600 is what I needed to pass, and I ended up with like just under 1,600, and all I needed was 500, so I could have passed it along pretty quick if I just hadn't been trading the 5 and the 15 minutes. I just waited for the 1 hour. Yeah, because I mean, yeah, and like if you got to get out of the truck as soon as 10:30 hits, if we're not close to one side of the orb or the other, you can just set limit orders on both sides of the orb, and whichever one breaks, you know, that's your trade while you're out of the truck. And you'll get back in the truck soon enough to either see the trade hit, or you know your profit will be hit, or your stop loss will be hit, one or the other. Uh, hmm, right. Yeah. 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 And that's what this is. Yeah. And I mean that's what this is made for. Before the open even comes up, you look at all the reports, see which setup's been doing the best, and just look for those setups in the morning. And if they don't show up, you just don't trade that day. But at least you're not taking the losses. Because this is exactly how I'm going to trade all my funded accounts. Because once I pass this one with Tradeify, I'll have 5 funded accounts. 2 of them are in profit, 2 of them I haven't touched, and I'll have this one activated by the end of tomorrow. And I'll have 5 funded accounts, and this is exactly what I'm going to do every day. And I'm only going to take those trades, and only if they set up. So, all right. Oh, well, let me just show you. Okay, I'm focusing on a very small portion, which is just the opening and closing strategies, right? You got chart patterns, which I'm not that interested in. You've got performance and trend tracking, so they've got an SMA report, moving average report. You got CPI performance, FOMC performance, red and green days. All these are performance tracking reports, seasonality. You know, we're coming into the holiday season. What does the market typically do during this time, right? You got range and trend analysis, right? Opening week range. Yeah, just look for the higher percentages. I mean, you got average daily range reports, average true range reports. Then you've got session analysis, Asian range breakouts, ICT opening retracement, market session breakouts, market session correlations, overnight range, weekly open, all that. Support and resistance levels, Fibonacci reports, pivot point reports. Uh, Again, intraday volume and range by weekday, volume analysis reports. I mean, yeah, I mean, on my charts, I have uh, the market sessions indicator. So in the settings, I only have New York turned on. So if you just wanted to trade Asia, just turn on Asia. And now, instead of seeing the New York range, I only see the Asia range. Okay. And you, all you do is on the indicators, you switch them from the New York session to the Asia session. And then you look up the reports based on the Asia session and figure out which is your highest probabilities. Okay. Then you can do it for any asset, gold, NQ, YN, whatever. So yeah, you could look for the 5-minute orb on the Asia session, and maybe the 5-minute orb in Asia on gold is at an 80% single side break. So you know that's the trade you want to take. You Yeah, you can set this up basically for any session and any trading strategy. You don't have to use the ones they have. Like you could use it for any trading strategy. You just have to look up the reports that correspond to your strategy. So, but mainly we focus on opening ranges. Uh, I work with some SMA work, and I also do some ICT stuff, and they have reports for all of that. I've just been focusing on the opening range stuff because I want to get good at that first before I start looking at the other reports and confusing myself.
Who's sitting here looking at this phone?
I DM'd you the
Yeah, I
link,
had one.
by the way. Um, so yeah, I think it's worth a lot more than $50. But and as soon as I start taking payouts, I'm getting their automated bot that will you put the indicators on, you set up the bot, back test it, make sure it's making profits on a back test, and then turn it on, and it will literally trade the setups you put in automatically. If I wanted to trade the initial balance breakout, it'll just automatically do it. Yeah, right. Exactly. And the difference is in what they've done and what Doug and Greg are doing, which I don't belittle their work at all. They're still making something that is definitely going to help traders. But Edgeful literally built their bot for people who wanted to take New York session trades but couldn't because of their work or whatever else. Where this is a bot. You literally put the settings in to trade while you're not at your computer and not have to watch it. Where I think it's going to take a while for Greg and Doug to get to that point. Their bot's you're still going to need to be sitting there watching their bot to make sure of everything before you can trust it on its own. Now, once they get all the Generator X stuff done, where you can put in conditions based on price of an indicator and all that stuff, then maybe you could walk away from it a little bit more, but that's going to be a while. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, after actually getting this from Edgeful, man, if I had got this, because I was trading when they just opened their doors and started offering this to people, and if I had gotten it back then, I think I'd be in a whole different place right now. Right. Unless you're using the bot, because that's also who they built it for. People who couldn't stick to the rules. Yeah, yeah. The bot's 250. Yeah, the bot's 250. Bot's 250, and then the reports are 49. So 299 a month. And for a new trader, that's kind of hard to swallow. Yeah. Yeah, and they've even got like deviations from the opening range or the initial balance. So your first target's here, take out most of your position, leave a runner to target 2. Damn near made it that day on Friday after it broke the initial balance high. It damn near made one full deviation, because that's half a deviation on the first line and a full deviation on the second line. So you've got targets that you can set for scale outs or full targets, whichever. It puts up quads inside the ranges. It does everything I was having to do manually in one indicator. I think it's pretty darn amazing. I mean, it just makes trading so much easier when you know you've got probability on your side. And I think that again will extremely make your confidence better if you know you're trading with the probabilities on your side. You actually go down and hit Friday's low. Absolutely. Absolutely. And you can, like in the reports, when it prints the deviations, it'll tell you how often it gets to the deviations. You know, what percentage do you have of getting to the half deviation? What percentage of a chance do you have of getting to a full deviation? So you know you got a lot more confidence. If we're 80%, we're getting to one full deviation. Well, I'm only taking a small portion off at the 5, and I'm gonna hold the majority of my contracts to the full deviation. Opposite way, I'll take the majority off at the 5 and leave a runner and see if we can't go hit that one full deviation. it's just, to me, just having the data behind everything is just, it's made me feel so much better about trades I've taken. I'm just a dumbass and I'm trading the low probability shit too. You know? And again, no, that was just something I saw. We were already breaking Asia's low, or coming down to break Asia's low. Because I think I took that trade up here. We were coming down from the high of Asia, and we got down here, we got the pullback. So I was looking for the lower high on the pullback. And then as soon as we got it, and I got a break of that low, I took a trade and I was in 4 minis on that one and made $2,000 down to the previous low. So yeah, that was just something I saw, which, because I haven't run any reports on the London session because I'm typically not wanting to trade during London, but I just saw that setup, and that's just a setup I've got in my memory from watching charts for so long. Yeah, as soon as you pay the subscription, you go in. Shit. There's a section on here. Oh, don't back up. Get started. Reports. Okay, it's not on my screen, but you should have over off to the right, like a trading. Oh, here it is over here. It's on the left, where it says Indicator Access Trading View. You just click on that and put in your Trading View name. Click Update, and once you do that, open up your Trading View, and under Indicators, under the Invite Only tab, Invite Only, you'll see all of their indicators. There's 35 of them in here. So yeah, super simple to get it set up and ready to roll. And, you know, take a look at the opening or the initial balance, because I can already tell you right now the orb stats just aren't there to be trading for the 5 and the 15. So look at the initial balance report and then go down and watch the video, the explanation video. And also on the onboarding, once you get it, because the initial balance is basically this trade, onboarding. The initial balance, or the inside day, I think, is the ultimate bullish setup. But they've got that one, and they've got, let's see, that's the advanced. You'll go through the essential first. So the ultimate reversal setup, that's the gap fill. And then when you go into the advanced, the ultimate bullish setup, I'm pretty sure is the inside day trade, going to attack the higher low of the previous session. But there's 11 of those you need to watch before it'll let you do some of the stuff inside the software. You can just click mark completed without watching them if you want to get to the stuff. But I recommend going in and watching all of these, except for like the last two. Well, no, these two you want to watch. Oh yeah, TradingView access and Discord access. You don't need those. But everything else in the essential and the advanced, I would watch. Really good information in there. I said I was going to take the short once we got back below the 2-minute 200 if it started trending, and I just sat here and let it go all the way back down without taking my trade to make my $100. That's nah, don't worry. When we got back up into that chop up there, I was like, no, I don't know what the market's going to do. I'll just wait till tomorrow and make that $100. Wait for a whole new setup on a brand new day. And $100 isn't far at all. So I'll just wait till 10:30 tomorrow and take the initial balance breakout. Like, even if it breaks out and then comes back in, I'm probably going to make $100 just off the breakout. So. And then you got your screeners. Now the screeners, of course, have changed a little bit since we've been open. But this is a day I really wouldn't want to trade at all anyway. We're 44% bullish, 31% bearish, and 25% neutral. Unless I have a majority bearish or bullish sentiment, it's probably really a day you don't want to trade to begin with. Because opening candle continuation, all the opening candles were green, but all of the IB standard reports are showing bearish. So complete and opposite indications here. So really a day you really wouldn't want to be trading anyway. Previous day's range, we haven't broken one side or the other. We're just about to break the low of Friday on YM, and you'll see this shift where it says touch previous. So but yeah, I mean, you can look at the scanner, basically use it as your bias for the day. And if you've got conflicting information, you really don't want to trade. And I've got a second screener up for stocks. And there, I mean, you got 3 bearish in the middle of the Mag 7. So if 3 out of 7 are bearish and the rest of them are bullish, the futures market's going to be choppy. So I just look at that too. And it just kind of helps with the bias of the day. Now, this is a range we can definitely trade, but there's no way we're going to get to a 500-point day today unless we break through yesterday's low and really jam down in the afternoon. Because we're only 2/3 of the way through the average daily range. And the actual New York range, should I turn off New York? I need New York back. Okay, so the actual New York range for the day is 359 points. So we certainly haven't hit a trending day so far. So there's the break of Friday's low. It hasn't said it on here yet. Oh wait, was that right? Oh no, we still haven't broke. There we did. We just broke it. Let's just say, oh, okay. There it goes. Touch the one, which gives you a bearish bias. So that cranked up the bearish bias from 31% to 38%. But neither one's over 50% at the moment. Every one, ES, NQ, YM, gold, they all broke the initial balance to the downside. Pretty cool stuff. What's that? Yeah, I think you'll like it. I guess I'm gonna call it for the day. Oh, I'm not gonna trade anymore. All right, man.